you know. And I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
As the chaos spread, the star seemed doomed to unravel, and yet there were those who stood in defiance of that fate. The hour has come, creature. It's all or nothing. The stage is set, but will our heroes deign to play their part? You took your time. 'Tis as we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh. I knew it. This star still has secrets to tell. Take care, my friend.
So, Charlian would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must then, but we scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Past the far edge of fate. Three blades dark as light. Tolling the coming of the end.
Oh, I get chills every time I see that scene. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I am Bullseye Duck. I hope you are doing well today. I figured that would be a good place to start the stream today by watching that. Because since last time we were cut short due to maintenance, I discovered we were in the middle of the cutscene descending down into Telethios. I immediately forgot the name of the place, fortunately. Wanted to start it there, so that way when we get in, we can immediately start with that scene and nothing is missed. But last time we were in Avenir in Radzahan, learning more about what needed to be done. As much as I love that scene, we'll go ahead and jump in. But, we learned that Radzahan and Old Avenir is ruled by an old dragon. Hold on. Just hold here and get my thoughts out. It was ruled by a dragon called Virtra. Again, names. And also the tower took our contact, Sedana, unfortunately, while we were testing a talisman they were creating in order to counteract the effects of the tempering of the tower. And we also learned a little bit more about Fandaniel and his past, being a part of a sundered soul of Amon in the time of Emperor Zand, of all things. Then we went back to Charlian. We're trying to dig deeper and deeper into what the Forum might be hiding. Turns out that a lot of Charlian doesn't really know about the End Days or the Telephoroi. They've hardly heard anything past the tabloids and the publishings of the back page of newspapers in their area, so hardly anyone knows anything, but yet the Forum seems to have more than they care to know. That they're doing more than they're showing they know. We're going to be investigating that today, so let us go ahead and get right into it. And just thinking about all the things that were happening, I was excited to get back into it, especially with the look of the area we were getting into this time. It's quite nice.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Labyrinthos.
Not what you expected.
I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Charlian itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Sounds like a plan.
Ugh.
Trial.
Did you call to me just now?
Oh,
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
curious. And how beautiful is this? They said just an entire place. Hollows of a volcano. Hollows of the island. Let's get to work. Hello there. Working themselves close to exhaustion. Curious indeed. Had a number of things to say. I'm listening. As he's standing right there. Let's see. Looks good. Hello, fancy you might need some help. Count on me. Will do. Alright. Ow. Really are a number of things around here. Goodness. Curious. I see you. Here. Away from our mouse. Okay. Oh, don't run. Dear. I remember a long time ago in my childhood, I was walking to my bedroom one day as a child, and I opened the door, and there, sitting in the dark in the middle of the floor, was a mouse. Just a mouse, just sitting there as still as could be, like he was a deer in headlights. And I was able to, I think, take a box or some cup or something or other, and gently put it over him to where I caught him in such a way. And back then I was really into the movie Cinderella and whatnot, being, you know, just raised on Disney movies and stuff. Oh, go away. But ended up calling him Gus, and sadly I don't think he lived long, because, you know, what does a young child know about keeping a mouse? And back then, the way you would get information was to the library or a local pet shop, which there weren't really a lot of resources then, and I don't think my mother was too keen on us keeping a mouse around, even if it was in a cage for very long. You know. Oh dear. Come here, mouse. Oh. Where are you? Not interested. You're Mousy Mouse. Oh, hello. Oh, boy. Alright, you two, bring it on. There. As I was saying... Suppose if this is going to be such... Excuse me. This is going to be such a great big area, I guess it would only make sense for us to be able to fly in it. Question is, where is our mouse? Oh, there you are. Tucked away in the rocks? Gotcha. Alright. And back we go. Then I suppose I'll have to be on the lookout for Aether Current here as well. Alright, Aaronville, it seems I've caught your mouse. Here you are. What will you do with the marmots now? Huh. put. Well, oh, ooh, trial. Of course. I do hope she'll be okay. I only feel like she's hurting herself, unfortunately. We'll make this a little faster. If I don't get turned around trying to... Dad, I hope you're doing well today. If you have anything fun or interesting or progressive, anything you're working on or coming up, you know, one thing I actually worked on late last night is I finally set up the capture card I had ordered a while ago, and it looks to be working quite smoothly. I tested it on the Switch, and everything looks good as far as I can tell. So we might be streaming the Kirby and the Forgotten Land demo sooner rather than later. Give it a good old testing. Who knows, maybe some other stuff just for funsies. It at least opens up plenty of other opportunities to play stuff for us. Wow. I just see all these great groups of people flying by on their mounts. Sounds like a plan. Real quick. There we are. Hello there. Huh. Dear. Don't you humph me? Eesh. Well, if we can't get in by making an inquiry, we can always get in by making a distraction. Anyone in need of a helping hand? Oh. Hello, do you need a helping hand? Thank you for the tip. Hmm. Oh, it's Aaron. Oh, go away, you. Oh, fine. There. Hello again. Always help out. Hmm. Will do. I believe he said its feathers are green. He makes a caw sound. Okay. It looks to be our quarry. Yep, it's green and it goes caw. Got it.
Fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are.
Any new revelations?
Well, help the guy catch his bird.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
Wow.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Well, you're fine. Just having this chat has been good enough.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
Sounds like a dungeon to me.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Oh.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Agreed. On we go then. Okay, so then... So much a dungeon? Certainly a ways down, though. There go those mushrooms and grasshopper legs. Yeah, and that's what they look like. I mean, just look at them. They look like mushrooms with grasshopper legs. Down, down, down we go. No, thank you. Hmm. Seems this was at least a brief jump. Oh, wow. These all of the... Difficult to tell, like, if they're all contained in the same sphere, I guess. Or if we somehow jaunted down far enough into a secondary sphere. Oh. Shoot, I forget what those are called, but I know that they're supposed to be like little vegetable creatures. Hmm. Do what we can. Hello there. Oh my. Yeah. Oh my. Hmm. Interesting. Hello, Ishtar. Oh, and I think that these are called mandragoras. At least the variety of them. Top this hill? This would be quite the trek with the amount of boxes on your back. Those are pretty. So very curious.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Hmm.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Thank you for the information.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the arcade? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
Fair.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
Are you okay?
I'm glad you agree.
You need a hug, to lie down, need a cup of tea.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
I mean, we're surveying him pretty well from right here, but...
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Something else going on that... Crowd doesn't want to share and... Right. Run, ducky, run! Like, to me, they keep talking about migration and everything, but it almost sounds like they're trying to find ways to almost literally bunker down. Again, that's all conjecture. Oh, not now. Seems I went a little long way. Hmm. Oh dear. Uh. Well. Oh. Yeah. Well. We're frogs. Alpha Toad and Alutoad. Oh, I love that Alpha Toad. Oh, it's so good. Alright. Let's be on our way then. Aren't we cute? It's funny thinking of all these frog transformations. It reminded me when I was perusing one of my old college yearbooks a while back. I have a good friend in the art department. He used to have this joke. It's like where he'd point at you and be like, and you're a frog. And he actually, well, sketched an ink drawing of a frog in my yearbook with that joke in it. And it's made me chuckle every time I've seen it. And now it's like, we're literally frogs. Here. No? Uh-oh. Just all the little slapping of feet on the ground. That's so cute. They did say we were heading for a lift, and that looks like a lift. No, thank you.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, The Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Will he reap of them?
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Don't mind us, we're just frogs.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
I mean, if he gleans living creatures, then of course. Not to mention, if we were just staring right at him. Well, we got some info. Indeed. Which is also good. Indeed. More and more, this kind of points to just a sort of huge preservation effort. Preservation of what? We don't know. Yeah, we found him, but he also found us. Wait, where did Kryle wander off to? I thought you were keeping an eye on her. Did. Question is, what's the best way to get back on top of that ridge? I kind of... Oh, go on now. Here she is, staring at those flowers again. Trial?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Oh.
She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Thank you?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Wait, have you been hearing from Heideland? What?
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
No.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
What? Let's go. Oh dear. Freedom to forum members. Ugh. Here to sign the paperwork for adopting your children, are you?
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
Ugh. Great.
A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
Ugh.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Who?
Graha!
What?
But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
This seems too time. Also, I thought they had some sort of access to most of that, with him being an Archon status.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Still gonna need your signature on this paperwork. Adoption of your children. That he would personally look into finding us. Speaks to how grave and urgent this matter, whatever their undertaking is. Well, Graha looks to be hale and whole, but still.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
Interfere, he says.
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Warmongers. This man and his words.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
That is subjective.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man.
Also, Kryle's hair is adorable. It's the first time we see her with her hood down.
Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions.
I feel like those would be better as public record than hidden in the restricted area.
At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Right, in Graha's experience as the Exarch, being the ways of different cities across the First.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
What?
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival.
Survival. That is the key word.
Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuner, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me.
You're not trusting anyone.
So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections.
Indeed.
Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Well put.
Order! We will have order! Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian.
It sounds like the complete opposite and unnoting of what the man just said.
You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
Wow.
Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
But then what would you mean for us then?
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Well, now what? Well, can't learn it here in Sharlian. Is their mom? Yes. Oh. What do I think? She's your mom, for gosh sakes. What? Hi? Okay. Oh, she's clever and considerate. I love her. Hold up. Hold the heck up. In thinking about Kryl, not only in what she wears, but how she appeared, and mentioning Galuf, there was a character called Kryl in Final Fantasy IV, I think? Don't tell me that was her. Like, directly, like, that's just her. How have I been so blind to this so far? Is it because I haven't played enough of them? Ay, ay, ay. But anyway, back to your adorable mother, Ameliance. Of course I will. Oh, I can't see how cute your rooms are. Oh, I do the same. I know they always give the spiel about having people in your party and like, I'd just rather keep them by my side. I don't really have a urge or need to run off and leave them. Hmm. Oh. Okay, again, I'm not going to adopt you away from your mother because she's precious and loved you and was clever and kind. But I'm still opting to be your godmother. Because darn it. Oh my.
Welcome home, my lady. What? What are you gawping at?
Well... Quite the response. Oh, frames not now. Cool your biscuits. Just admiring the craftsmanship.
Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
Go on. I'll be here.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures.
Oh, that's precious. Also, on a quick side note, I find it so weird in thinking about the theme that plays when being around her, that it almost kind of sounds like the theme from Undertale when you're spending time with... Dude, I just forgot her name. With Goat Mom. Like the home theme or whatever it is. It sounds exactly like it. Even the very beginning almost sounds exactly like it. Crazy. Anyway.
I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Aww.
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid.
Oh, they're growing up.
The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Oh.
It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
Again, I'm just the godmother across the seas. I can always exchange information and all the same.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Oh, certainly. I have more to tell you about our adventures and more, especially with those two.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Oh, looks good on her.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
Oh.
See for yourself.
Ooh.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Ooh. Our boy's a sage.
Are these?
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Oh.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now.
Oh.
And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
It's perfect. Ooh.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
What good advice. So wholesome. I love that whole exchange. That was so good, and they look so dapper now. And also, our boy's a sage. Not only that, but being able to utilize the tools of the trade from his father. But don't they just look adorable? And just like they say, it suits them all the same, and their mom's still their mom. Loving and caring for them. While still seeking to keep peace in the house as well. That was such an adorable exchange. I love it. Again, I'm still vouching to be godmother, though. Oh, nothing y'all probably haven't already heard or known. Y'all are so precious and growing up. Oh my gracious. Again, it's still crazy to think all the developments that they've had for someone under 20 summers or 20 years old. I remember having the bit of passion and pride that they did at that age. I didn't have quite the number or amount of struggles physically, mentally, and emotionally as they did, and develop myself till much later. We each have our own journey. We can only carry on what lessons hold heart to us, right? But still, they're so precious. Yeah, that has to be the most wholesome moment in this entire expansion so far. So now, after that wholesome moment is gone, now it's to figure out what our next move is. And even though supposedly the forum took into account the one gentleman's words that was the friend of their grandfather, Louis Soir, saying they took it into consideration in heavy air quotes, not completely shutting or barring one's inquiries or doubts or objections, but then still wholly kind of barring us from doing anything. Ugh. One's ways are not so quickly changed. Alright. Indeed, look, they're so dapper. Yeah, that's part of my hope, too. Right, not to mention our own conversation with Heidelin once again through the means of Kryl, almost becoming a sort of pseudo or I'm just so proud of them. I'm proud of all of them. What a good bunch. Wait, it's like, wait, who has the next one? Indeed. Sounds like story time. Ooh.
Your time in Thavner has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavner.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fudola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
Indeed.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
True. These practically sprung up overnight without any word. I mean, we ventured inside and even witnessed to the enshackling of Sedana.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces?
Right, if we do a hit them all at one time sort of.
Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Cryo, Yostela, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodral by a considerable margin.
Oh. Are you sure Elvino's in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
True.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
Indeed.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Let's go. Everyone's kitted and fired up, so nothing left to do but head out. I don't mean to be late, really. You are never late, Minstrel. You always arrive just on time. It is so great to see you. You've been on my mind, wondering how your days have been. How are you? We have certainly been busy here. Won't sum up the whole of it for you, lest you explore the story for yourself one day. Or catch the VODs, whichever suits your fancy. This is objectively not true. I've been late to a few things. Well, you're never late to things in my eyes here, but I know when we have to have a deadline and a time we're supposed to be somewhere, I've been known to be late too, so I feel that. Frames. Chill your biscuits. Okay. I just give you the wizard's benefit of a doubt of one is never early nor late, but arrives suitably on time. Even speaking in manners of the way of orchestra, it was always, see if I get the saying right. To be on time is to be late. To be early is to be on time. It is indeed the way of orchestras. But I'm still glad to see you here. How have you been? What have you been up to? Ugh. Tower is menacing every time I see it. Oh, I should have taken the way that shows me those little armadillo pangolin looking things. Maybe I'll chance by them in the future. Occasionally even being early isn't on time in orchestras? No! Darn. It's like, while it's objective, sometimes it does feel strangely subjective, so I feel that. Like, how on time, how early is on time? Started doing announcements for the show before the start time. Made it that had to rush out on stage anyway. And sudden changes of policy take place, and it's like, hold up. What is the timetable for such a thing? I feel that. But I have to show you this, since you're here. This was it's a reskin of an enemy, but this was a type of enemy that I think was in Stormblood and Garabanya, or even in Shadowbringers. But they called it a sort of armadillo of sorts. But I'm one to argue it almost kind of looks like, I mean, yes, it looks like an armadillo, but because of its raised scales and its structured tail and whatnot, I can almost argue it kind of looks like a pangolin. And that's what I'm going to call it, and that's what I'm going to stick with. Now everything here can fudge off. Alright, back to business. But I do hope things have been going well for you nonetheless. I can see what you mean, I know. It's like you could argue it one way or the other. Hello again. Indeed. Oh, they've made such progress in making the warding scales, have they? I mean, that was the plan, was to have them take the time to make as many as possible while we were gone. Right. It's getting all foggy. Mostly recovered from last week's travails. Slept a lot. Well, I hope it's been restful. And my sleep schedule has been kind of forked over the last week or so. But we make do. Been fairly rainy these last couple of days too. It's brought us from having last week's temperatures in the 70s and the 60s, bringing us down almost all the way near to freezing this week. Had to take special care of our plants considering we're raising those to start fruiting for the middle of summer. Peppers, eggplants, and the like. They are well, and that's what matters. Temps have gone down there too, I imagine. Oh no! Oh no! That's right, the twins have never been to Thavanir, so they probably had to go through the same experimental aetheroid travel as we did at the beginning, which meant that horrible aetheric sickness. Ugh. Did the guys at least get you a vial of lassi to wash it down after? Bashan. Of course. Yeah. If the rest of the nation doesn't really know it's truly ruled behind the scenes by a dragon and its associate is an extension of itself by use of its own eye, best to kind of leave that behind the curtain he abides by. So frames, please. I don't know what it's been lately, but just frames have just kind of taken to do their own thing. I hope that it is brief. Continue on. Yeah, we're good. We're good for the most part, thankfully. We actually enjoyed a spot of co-op gaming last weekend on Saturday. We took up playing Castle Crashers, which we're going to be doing again on Saturday, and we may make a sort of weekly occurrence about it, playing co-op game weekends together for stream. Yeah, other than that, we're good. Last week was my birthday, and that was fun. Ate lots of delicious food, got to see my family, having nice weather was good. So for the most part, we're good. We're good. Again, just my sleep schedule is borked, but what else is new? Indeed. Yes, Castle Crashers was so fun, so hilarious. There's a moment I still need to go back and clip, but thankfully I've got the timestamp written down to make it once I go to highlight it. Time where Spirit just essentially kind of broke the game for doing something of his own kind rather than whatever was advised us to do in order to reach something. Regular co-op streams sound lovely. Yes! It was a good time. Time went a lot faster than we anticipated as it went on, so it was a good time. And also, now that I've got my capture card hooked up to the Switch, I tested that out last night. That not only means possibly more co-op games through the Switch, but maybe also convincing him to actually play co-op with me in a Kirby game at some point. That's pending. Say, but nonetheless, just something fun and different and unexpected, and something outside of the bounds of Final Fantasy XIV story quests. Oh shoot, I wouldn't mind carrying on as before, you know. Oh, right, talking about now that they're going to essentially have the blessing of light and being able to carry on as such, and you react as such to it. Oh, me. Oh, right. Mira and her merry band indeed. Especially now that the twins are all properly kitted out after being able to visit their mom. Indeed. Oh. Assume that's a dungeon at hand. It is. Been a while since we've done a little bit of a dungeon with the crew, especially with this crew. Oh my goodness. But real quick, if y'all give me just a minute or two, I am going to take a small break, refill my water bottle. So I encourage you all to do the same. Stand up, stretch, get water, beverages, snacks, food. Go to the bathroom. Do what you need to do to take care of you. And we will be right back. Alright, thank you everyone so much for your patience. Yeah, Minstrel, it's been such a weird thing since OBS has updated in the last couple of weeks or so, that whatever reason my extension through Stream Elements has just been borked. I've been refreshing it, tweaking it, trying to work with it, and I don't know if it's just because of the updates. I mean, thankfully the more recent tweaks to the updates fixed the issue where game audio wasn't coming through with the first rollout. And it was only because of my version of Windows. It's an older version, don't hate. Not saying any of you would, but just, you know. But I'm still looking into it, hoping to have it fixed one day. Yes, real quick, maybe I could look into retrying it. I do miss having chat on stream. We're still gonna have the little box down there at the bottom, of course, to make it kosher. Let's see. I only updated Windows to fix an audio driver bug. Oh dear. Yeah, updates are a little finicky, sadly. Let's see. Thankfully it worked. Oh, good. Hey, it shows up. Oh, frames, please. Sadly, I'm still not sure what the cause of it is, other than just a window issue or something there. But I'll still keep looking into it, hoping to have it fixed one day, so I can have my cute chat on stream again. But for now, we'll just have everyone in the VOD replay. And repeat messages as needed. Let's see. Alright. Suppose we are about as kitted up as we need. So let us go ahead and choose our crew to get into the Tower of Zot. Oh man, as much as I really would want to take a Stinian with us, since I don't think I have partied with a Stinian, I really want to see the new twins and all their stuff, all their new kit and whatnot. So we'll just go ahead with that for now. Alright. new dungeon go. At least new to me. Also, the Tower of Zot sounds very Final Fantasy almost. Kind of like my revelation of wait. Kryl is sort of a... feels like sort of a reference to the Kryl from Final Fantasy IV, I believe? Something along those lines. Let's go! Alright, get in here. Let's pave the way for the healer team. Did you hear a bassoon? You might have. Alright. This is quite the spirited dungeon theme. Oh, we have to walk right by Madonna, where she was encapsulated, unfortunately. Madonna being our contact, but also an Arcosodana. Nope. Elephant species, basically. Yeah, basically. Guess you could almost call them sort of the beast tribe of Avenir. Oh dear. Oh no! The Mansuya, better known as Cindy, Mindy, and Sandy. The Sisters 3. Although they are called Sindaruva, that we'll see their names again likely, but they are still the Sisters 3 known in the Final Fantasy series. Though I forget what their proper name is, other than Cindy, Mindy, and Sandy. I know that they were in some of the older Final Fantasies, as I mentioned before, but my most recent experience with them was Final Fantasy X. I think Delta Force was their attack? This universe's version of Harry, Gary, and Larry? What? Where they looked, where the sisters looked like different bugs, I think. It's like the tallest one kind of looked like the praying mantis. The middle one looked like a ladybug, and then the youngest looked like a hornet, I think. We'll be dealing with them soon, it seems. They are one of these nations' divinities, and thereby primals. Alright, on we go. Also, this place is big. You remember those characters in 10? I know, they're the most noted appearance of them for me as well. Like, I've only seen them in passing, I think, and maybe watching a speed run. I haven't played a lot of the old ones. Don't gatekeep. Not saying anyone would, but just, you know. Nope, nope. I mean, of course, Final Fantasy XIV is filled to the brim with Final Fantasy lore, history, and references galore, of course. Ooh. Something I just thought about, too. So those were a set of children's names from some distant family relation my mom told me about. Oh. Daruva, that's what it is. See, Mindaruva. They all have that, moniker on the end. It's like instead of Mindy, it's Mindaruva. But still gonna be the same, nonetheless. But thinking about it, coming upon this boss in the dungeon and all that, and I believe this is the first dungeon we'll tackle in Endwalker. So we get to hear what all the dungeon boss themes are going to sound like. Now, I don't know if it's going to hold a candle to the banger of the dungeon boss themes in Shadowbringers, but we'll find out. Oh. Oh dear. Ooh, she is going hard. What do we need to do? Ooh, yowzers. Oh, nope, nope. Goodness. Okay, but this boss theme still creates a semblance of the main theme like we heard in the opener we watched earlier. Remember the set of bosses in 10 being difficult as well? Oh, yeah. Like, if you were going for an all-summons playthrough in that game, good luck. I remember them being the most troublesome, as Spirit mentioned over my shoulder before about them having their famous Delta Force attack, where it's like, you wanted to take down at least one of the sisters. What does this mean? What are we supposed to do with this? Ooh. Ouch. Wizards. They certainly still have their power and primals. Goodness. Pull out all the buffs. Not to mention I've got vulnerability on. Dear. Okay, so their magics forming. I think is what it is that it's not saying you need to stand in it, but saying where the magics are gonna fall. If I'm reading that correctly. But yeah, not bad. A decent boss theme so far. What's in here? Not as good as what I have. Of course, the tome gear is going to last me for quite a few levels in this expansion. Let's move onward. We're Bird Imperials. Ugh, they move so creepily. Now I'm wondering if we're going to be facing the sisters separately, then are we going to come upon a time where we face them all together? And if that's going to be a primal fight. Ugh. Alright, on we go. The same with every tower. They've captured dozens, if not hundreds, of these people summoning of these primals. Kind of funny seeing as Alphino is a sage now. As I've been leveling my own sage, just hearing all the noises of all the spells, I'm reminded of them. Does the collective anguish help with the summoning or something? I believe so. And then unfortunately causing them pain is what causes them to cry out. Well, basically cry out for the divinities, cry out for the deities, which is what leads to the primal summoning, so... Father indeed. And I was told this expansion gets dark, it gets dark. In some darker parts of this expansion elsewhere can confirm. Huh. Yeah, it's like if this is going to be ramping up to the conclusion, oof. I can only imagine they're gonna go hard. I also can't get over the aesthetic of these towers, like, my goodness. Like, it looks like something out of an Eldritch Abomination or some Geiger or Lovecraftian stuff. Not that I'm saying I can aptly identify where each types of styling and motif come from in those respective authors, but still. Oh yeah, no, I absolutely understand that, Minstrel. I was just thinking about the aesthetic of this tower right here in reference to what I was saying. I was like, just the motif. Ew! That looked like a mouth with teeth and everything. Yeah, no, I absolutely expect that. But talking about the motif of this appearance and everything, it just kind of reminds me of Geiger and all that. Ugh. Oh yeah. Especially with that gate. It looked like a heckin' mouth. Now we have Sandaruba, or Sandy, give or take. Oh, yozers. I'm gonna guess we don't want to. Oh. That was a big AoE. Oh dear. Rude. Oh. How did they tell what was what? Well, let's do a little bit more buffing. Oh bother. The one that doesn't move is the real Sandaruba. Okay. We figured it out. Sandy takes a vacation away from SpongeBob Land. Yeah, we're not under the sea anymore, that's for sure. I actually sent a SpongeBob gif to Scherzo earlier when Discord had went down. It's like, Discord's down, everyone panic! Nope. Oh no! Yeah, it was down for about a good hour. I just noticed it when I was forcibly logged out of Discord off the website on my PC. It's like, why is it not logging in, and why is it taking its sweet time registering logging in through the app? You know. Oh. We're like outside, coming to the culmination of the center of this thing, it feels like. Not to mention there's a mix of abominations, but also of Telepharoi Garlean-esque machines? Machina? Whatever. You're about to nap, so you decided to check later. Good reason. Yeah, I've come to learn how important a nap can be. Like, sometimes you have to walk the fine line as to how much of a nap you should actually take. At least for my body, I've discovered. Like, if you take too much, it's like you sleep, but it honestly feels like you could sleep more. And then it's like, if it's too little, you're kind of just lying there with your eyes closed, and it's like, what am I doing again? Yeah, I think some people said Spotify might have been down too. So your theory may prove correct. Now we have a whole heckin' gunship up here too. They weren't kidding when they said defenses were gonna be high. Scherzo, hello. Bummed they didn't make their bosses actual trials. Oh. Now see, I was thinking that we would fight the sisters individually as bosses, that maybe a trial would come afterwards, so I guess that's not the case? Not that that's a bad thing to know ahead of time, it's just thinking along their pattern, but would make sense if they're all just bosses for means to an end for story. Naga Sisters, yes, that's it. Naga Sisters. Of course, Scherzo is inundated with the Final Fantasy lore and can help fill in the gaps where my mind fails. I couldn't remember what their name of their group was. I just remembered it was the three sisters, Mindy, Cindy, and Sandy. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry. You know, before, I think even before I brought up the sisters, on a side note, I was telling Spirit about the weapons that I sent you. Oh no. About the resistance weapons. And he was like, well, and I was talking about like how tedious and everything it was for collecting all this stuff. He's like, well, it can't be as tedious as it was for trying to get Tidus's perfect weapon now with the chocobo race and all that. It's like, kinda? Like, I get that it's very RNG and could take you hours depending on how long it takes for you to beat that to get the sigil, but in having to get so many pieces for each and every phase of upgrade for the weapons, I was like, it could kind of be in the same ballpark. But that's funny. Not your suffering, but bringing up the idea of Final Fantasies and everything blending together and comparing them and whatnot. Oh, father. Yeah, sometimes games are just a little bit mean. If not downright cynical. How is your day going? Are you enjoying the rain we're having? No, see, I was not one of those. It's like I think I likely found all the weapons, but I certainly did not power all of them up. My goodness. And you still need the platinum 10 too, oh my. And 10-2 can be a little tedious. last time. Good luck, have fun, don't die. Oh no. And you like the Arca Sordana? They're cool. Rich. Hold up, which way we go? I can kind of get behind the boss theme. Uh-oh. I see that. Don't think I see that subtle hinting. Oh. Oh no. Oh, good lord. Time to throw on the shield. Also, just get one of them the heck down. Right freaking now. Oh, not what I meant to do. Oh no. Goes without saying, I'm not going to be watching chat for this. Ooh. Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. Nope. We're focusing down one of them. Just get one of them gone. We'll have so many few problems. Forward. Don't care. One down, okay. No more Delta attack. Question now if this puts one of them into ticked off boss mode, I guess remains to be seen. We can breathe a little bit. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Oh no! Don't do it, don't you do it, don't you do it. Dang it, that re-upped my vulnerability. It sucks. Oh, but she's gone. Alright, Mindy's left. The spellcaster. Woo! And a level up, how about that? Alright, let's catch up with chat. Yeah, that was some AoE stuff to be sure. The differences in victory poses. I've noticed that your Warrior of Light just looks a little more somber each time, it feels like. I mean, which I guess the case is they're hoping that fighting the sisters didn't kill the people that were encased in the tower? Perhaps, maybe?
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek.
Yeah, that's kind of what I suspected. Let's break it.
Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core.
Like what?
A man's limb.
What?
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Justinian don't play.
And that should be the end of it.
Uh-oh. And we can run.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
Oh no.
I pray I'm not too late.
Ugh. What a ride. But... went okay?
Ugh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Where's Graha? Graha, Tia, no! Darn you, you better wake up.
Raha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
It's quite the span.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Good. You're not about to lose the lad after we just had him join us at the end of Shadowbringers. Yay. What a good lad.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
Oh.
They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
True. Alice?
Angelo and I will take care of that.
Yeah.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions!
Arshan.
We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Madonna. She would have been the last taken into the tower, so... could she be? Still our... Well... accomplished that at least. One of the towers across this entire land. is gone. With that, a score of this land's people are freed. I'm fine, let's just go. Hmm. Oh no. Yeah, if they were fascinated by Estinian, can only imagine how they'll treat Grandpa. Oh yeah. There's lots of neat things. I mean, kind of like how Scherzo was mentioning that apparently the weapon set for this tower is quite fascinating. Imagine you'd have to go through it a number of times just to get all the gear if you wanted to. But yeah, it is neat that you take a crew with you instead of having to do duty finder if you so wish. Suppose let us be on our way then. Oh, we gotta go all the way over there. Be right back, no worries. Let's take the wolf and be on our way too. Still have my thoughts about the first time we forayed into the Tower of Zot and met Pan Daniel. Where we saw that memory in the echo, the experiments of the Alligans. About supposedly putting the head of a bull on a man. And how Matsuya, one of the Angosodara merchants that we befriended, somehow said about the other gods where they shared among them the might and the intelligence that they each carried. The limbs of a man on a beast and the head of a beast on a man. Again, that's all I can speculate for now, but it's where it's leading, but I can only hope that wasn't dadgum Alligans. Rain is making me sleepy. So now we're entering the city proper. Oh. Well, let's go then. I do kind of like the guest party members Endwalker. It makes sense rather than just kind of walking on your own when it's like everybody's kind of going to the same place anyway. Hmm. Okay. Indeed. Alright. Up we go then. Hmm. Oh, this place is kind of a veritable. Thank you, sir. Grab this rope. Hmm. Would be so bold as to make observations, whereas such in a Stormblood with Doma Ugane, it was sort of taking on the culture of Japan, whereas here in Thavnir and Han in Endwalker, it's kind of taking on the architecture and the culture, it feels like, of India in a sense. Again, I'm not an expert, but just thinking of their local architecture and patterns and whatnot, that's just what kind of impression it gives me. Oh. Oh. He's calling you out, Estinian. this one real quick. Yay, Graha's better.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Same to you for what you've accomplished.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
Oh man.
Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzathan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
Always nice to be on the good side of a dragon. You right. You right.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzathan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oh.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Oh.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed, so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
Indeed, Minstrel, it all is. This again ties back everything together.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment.
Yes?
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Spoken with your father in some time.
In accordance with the covenant he forged with Hydralyn, the stewardship of this star hath ever been his purpose. Silence in the face of thine actions is the greatest sign of his approval. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsummer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe.
Ew.
Amidst this tangled knot, thou shalt know no rest. devastation wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Hmm. Big one.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Uvitra. Write the words that Vitra left us with. Oh, not much. Always nice to hear from the wisdom of ages and eons, even if unsettling. Something can still be gleaned from it, putting emotions and feelings aside from it. Oh no, more Arkan loaf. Baked with fish or vegetable flour, this fluffy loaf of rye bread is, from a nutritional standpoint, wholesome indeed, and nothing else. Indeed, it's as they said. When we first got Arkan Loaf, in order to revitalize the others of their ether from their trip into the first, and return to the source, is that yes, Arkan Loaf is very nutritionally sound, but has a very lack of culinary art in any speck of it. It tastes like death, but it'll keep you alive. Sound. Well said. Hmm. Indeed. Okay. It says it's unattunable. I wonder if that's still true. Oh dear. What's up, you two? A little here and there.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
Well.
Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Indeed. As long as they don't mind us having certain imports.
Speak with you.
Nidana, you're well. Seems to be the suggestion minstrel.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently.
Mm-hmm.
Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom?
Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
It is.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
A heart bloom.
Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there?
Heart bloom.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
It was still informative.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Indeed. What a time in Thavnir. I feel like that sleep comment was aimed at me IRL. Same! Feel that, Mitchell. Anything else we can do at the time? I think not. Let's just back to Charlian. Hello, crowd. Guess we will retire to that room that was provided for. Sure. Now the color goes back to gray.
Take heart and protect them well.
Everyone.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Oh wow, they certainly brought the spread. Carl's so cute with her hood off. Oh, and Grandma finally gets the burger he wanted so badly. Oh, go away.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Indeed.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Yeah, tea, coffee, cookies, pizza, burgers, breads, all kinds of stuff. Rahal looks so happy.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
He did.
'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it?
I know, I saw those macarons. I was like,
Come to
macarons?
think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radsat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Fancy and delicious.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. It was akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path.
The donuts.
I know we've not yet triumphed over the Tlofuroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
Indeed.
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Holy moly, that he just put it to application after being in a book.
You used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion.
He's so talented.
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
He's such a good lad. Yes, he's deserving of pets. There's the moon again. Are we pushing on till dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Indeed. Green. Oh. Oh dear. I see the moon and the moon sees me.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Real quick, yes, that was a magic mirror. That was the glamour chest, or glamour dresser, where you can put in your various clothes and make outfits with by it. Mildly surprised Daniel is still alive, given the manner of... Well, I guess that remains to be seen. He is still an Ascian, even though he is sundered. And Daniel is merely a title.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
Doesn't seem like it. Liverwolf, hello. How are you today? In other words, he talks in a provoking way, which could be dangerous with the company he keeps. I think he's aware of it. I feel like he's always very aware of it. Although, I think I'm remembering of his speech, like when they first started talking, and Xenos was something along the lines of, if you keep on with this, I will be the one that ends your life. And he's like, oh, that sounds so glorious. I will keep that in mind as a backup or something or other. Ish. Doing good. How about you? Sleepy but good. Thank you for asking. Hope your day has been going well.
No. All else is equal.
Huh.
Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
Poetic.
But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame.
Dude, I'm not interested.
I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more.
Yeah, and it would almost sound so hopeful in a... like it's... He has a goal. He has a desire. He sees what life is around him, but at the same time, that he just wants to see the rest of the world literally burn, and not give care to everyone else around him, save us, which means of him likely aiming to wish to kill us to replicate the combat. What he desires, once again. Van Daniel there as well, literally there to be a fan to those flames. Yeah, we all could use some therapy going on.
I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence.
I feel that we're getting this kind of behind the scenes look. Interesting.
Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing. Disjointed. All the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me. So I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Good boy. Again, everyone's looking at the moon. Looking at the same moon, no less. Oh boy. On we go. But that was still a lovely endeavor. Being able to sit around a meal with everyone. There's so much more, like, wholesome times in this one. I mean, I know in Shadowbringers they tried to give you times of rest, and you would usually discuss or think on your times with Ardbert, excuse me. Whereas these, it's like, you get little things, like such as the twins getting to visit with their mother and being kitted out with new gear, and then you get to retire to your room and everyone brings you food to enjoy with each other's company. It's so wholesome. You get more and more wholesome, good things that happen. I always have this nagging in the back of my mind. Wish it would shut up. What about a toad? I mean, we were turned into toads and frogs earlier, yes. Aww. Of course. Oh. Oh. The minstrel, I know you get it. Ugh. It's so good, but yet it feels like it's just swelling up my heart to suddenly just BAM! Oh, Huffino, were you practicing with the little dummy out here? That's adorable. But I mean, if you're gonna get better, you're gonna practice. I'm just sad I missed his posture in doing so, but you know. Actually, oh, dash the notoriety and the haters and the talkers. I guess it is returning from whence you came Everyone's still gossiping about, oh, your father disowned you, blah blah blah. Students about Decian, blah blah blah. Ugh. Get it. We'll put you all to the proof. See you out in the schoolyard. Talk about my godchildren like that. You know, Minstrel, I've felt that before. Except I actually almost spoiled my own proposal. That's a story for another day, though. Can't turn the... Oh no! Oh. Lo and behold, it comes. They are truly alumni. Or they just remember Alphino's words. Oh. He's just a precious boy. Wow. Ah. Oh. Take advantages where we can get them. It is sweet, though, that we're gonna get kind of a look into the past. I mean, yeah, Alphino's the speaker of the group for a reason, indeed. Be back, no worries. Yeah. is quite the spread, though. Oh, wow. Oh. He has a fan club. Oh. Well, guess let's start looking. Man, this place kind of reminds me of the university and giveaway in Star Ocean 2. Hey, Aleopo, haven't we met? Oh? That's vague enough to work. I'm not a gleaner. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Skylark's whereabouts. Well put, Minstrel. Just follow the blood curdlings. I do like the areas. Hello? Guess it seems he really does like to wander where... A level-headed student is a rare thing indeed, yeah. Ah. Hello, sir.
Ah, I remember you.
I certainly wasn't one. Oh. All the different visages of Minstrel Pangolin.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student.
They're all precious and helpful and wonderful friends, so I don't mind.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy.
Mira has learned the way of the smile and nod. She can handle these yappers.
Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
Oh, is it like that one guy that looked like he had his... like he was being force choked as soon as he started saying something?
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
Oh, that's a cute poppy. I love Judy Cute.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Well? Oh?
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Notwithstanding what I said before, I would totally go to school here. Likely same. Likely same if I could do it. Bother. I'm trying to remember what he said. What the force in all life forms? That of spirit and I guess I would assume. Did he say corporal? I'm just gonna go.
The answer is corporeal ether.
Oh, it was. I couldn't remember if he'd already mentioned that or not.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Wonder if he's heard of what powers the flower? Good question. Would become too muddled.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well.
Redacted.
In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh umbral calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
Makes you think of a recent TV show. Which one, Minstrel?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
Everence. Huh. I've not heard of it. Granted, I haven't been watching a whole lot of television. It's mostly been anime, Twitch, YouTube, and the like.
And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose.
At a work situation where the worker's memory of work is blocked out whenever they aren't at work. Wow. Depending on what all that would entail, I actually feel like that would almost be benefit. Again, considering what it would not entail. Instances of time with your coworkers could be good or the bad.
But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
It's a comedy, I imagine a dark one. I could imagine that.
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought, or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you.
Oh man.
I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Hold on, Aliapo is still reading. Aliapo, feel like they might have been some of the vendors and the artisans. Needleshire. Chloe and Sloey. I do appreciate that they put in that little wise elder chuckle. Kind of reminds me of other characters in that seem to have been the same, be it Dumbledore, Gandalf, and the. Well, not a bad thing. Imagine you'll feel like that when you're older. I could see that. Hope you don't creep people out if they hear you giggling randomly. Yeah. I can understand that feeling. What is this one? Is this a level up your Disciples of the Hand quest? Yes, of course. I haven't really touched Disciple of Hand or Land in quite some time, even after technically maxing out fishing. The free trial. I guess it's just because I've had so many other things going on to even consider doing Disciple of the Land or It did. As long as they don't try to keep us from taking the scales out of the countries. Early reminder about daylight savings time. I know! I've got it. Well, I remember it. I just have to mark it down. It feels like daylight savings time is so much earlier this year than it was last year. Ah, true. Well, let us be about getting to Limsa Laminsa, though. Suppose if we take the ship back, it'll be a little bit cheaper. I do really like the look of this place, though, from the architecture to the water and much, much cheaper. Three of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Well, it is International Women's Day, so... Yeah, happy International Women's Day. Thank you. Oh dear. I actually want to go all the way to Garlemald. Yes, minstrel, they're all fashioned the same for that exact purpose. Fortunately, taking all the beastmen of the area and summoning forth their primals and such because of it. The number of monstrosity. Hmm. I really don't know, minstrel, other than going along with... Oh, excuse me. Other than going along with Van Daniel's game at, just causing as much chaos and trying to bring about whatever the final days would mean, rendering such chaos among the star. Fantasy is no stranger to chaos. No, it is not. Or world ending. Hmm. Just imagine a dev writer coming home. Spouse who asks, "What did you do today?" "Oh, just ended another world." Again? That's the third time this week. Oh dear. That does seem palpable though. Hmm. Honor and glory. Oh man, Raubon and Amaranth. Oh right, it's freezing cold up in Garlemald. Well. That was quite the fanfare. No worries, minstrel. Well, I do get so in here, and it's so expansive to go to the main area. Feels like they should have the Aetherite Plaza like right in front of where you're always going to be. Be like right down in there somewhere. Relocate the Aetherite. Aww. That would have been fun. Aww. Indeed. Yes, and Maxima. True. True. Very true. He will deliver your people from harm in your stead. Oh man. That's sweet. Lord. People need to learn that random whispers are not want to cause people to respond or have a favorable response. So we will probably come to a close here soon. In fact, I think that is where we will go ahead and call it for tonight. Thank you everyone that was here, whether you lurked or chatted. I always appreciate you being here, being a part of the community and supporting the stream. We will be back with more of main story quest tomorrow. I believe I set the time for 2:30 start time central. Oh, excuse me. My goodness. But this was enjoyable. We got a lot of stuff done. We made a lot of progress. Let me see. I'm not really seeing anyone I would want to send you off to, so I will just let AutoHost do its thing, and we will go from there. It's so much, but yet it's so good. We will see more of this tomorrow. But I do hope you'll have a lovely day or evening wherever you are in this world, and I hope to see you again soon. Take care, everyone.